Hey, I'm Garlic. I'm gonna be running Yakuza Dead Souls, and this is a really long category called Amon percent, which is basically all sub stories, but we also have to do everything we need to fight the super boss Amon, who in order to get there, we have to do like something called the Subterranea, which is a big series of like procedurally generated dungeons that we can talk about during the run. But I'm pretty excited because this is going to be quite a long run, but I think it's a good time. If any of y'all want to introduce yourselves.
I'm Spin Their Yarns. I am not a speedrunner, but I am an accomplished yapper about Yakuza games. So, um,
Did you want to go first, Panda?
Sure. Hello, I am Panda. I am also a Yakuza Dead Souls speedrunner. I have not done Amon percent, but I have done all sub stories, so close enough.
Yeah.
And I'm Dubious. I do run other games in the series, but I do not run Yakuza Dead Souls specifically. I have played it casually though, so.
Okay. So I guess we can get started. I'll go ahead and count us down. We are gonna start with new game, and then it's time starts on difficulty. So three, two, one, go.
Good luck
Thank you.
Go ahead.
to all of us. I'm feeling alright right now, but I'm waiting for the crash.
Oh yeah. I couldn't tell if you meant like from us being tired or the game crashing or both.
both.
Both actually.
Because I made a ton of safety saves, so hopefully we won't need them though.
Yeah, we're in danger of everything just crashing. Us, the game, the PS3.
Yeah, chat. This is a game that has a non-zero chance of bricking PS3s. So it's great. It's a very well put together video game.
Yeah, it's a great game for it to be your, favorite run because you're gonna want like a whole extra PS3 just to run it.
Totally not why I've not run this game yet.
I bought a PS3 specifically to play this game, and now I just use it as a DVD player.
Oh, I've done that too.
I was gonna say, it's funny you mentioned that. I did actually buy a PS3 also specifically to play this, but I haven't used this DVD player since.
Yeah, this is just a tutorial. It wants to teach you how to like strafe and aim and all that stuff.
Very important for playing zombies. Yeah, and if you've played Yakuza series and you're looking at this game and you're like, what the hell is going on? Yeah, exactly. Funny enough, I think because of this, it fits in very well because it makes just like not enough sense, but also makes sense to fit in with Yakuza. So
Yeah,
it works.
definitely still feels like a Yakuza game when you're playing it.
Yeah, and they definitely they tried some new stuff with this, some of which is fun and some of which didn't quite work, but it's cool that they did new stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the control scheme I hear is a disaster.
It's a time.
Oh yeah, sometimes I don't always remember to like bring up the control scheme because when you run this game you have to like just force yourself to get used to the controls.
Yeah, if you're used to other shooters, the controls on this game are like nowhere near the same. You're just gonna be like, I used what for shooting?
Yeah, and that's what's so funny about it is because like I don't play like third-person shooters like at all. So when I played this game, I was just like, yeah, the controls are fine, totally normal. It wasn't until I met other people speedrunning this game that I was like, oh, I guess the controls are bad. Oh, okay. Maybe you're right.
Oh my god, high density polymer. We don't need that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
one,
yeah, this
one
is
of
just more tutorials that Yakuza loves tutorials. Go ahead, Spin.
I was just gonna say about the high density polymer, like there is a lot of, you know, crafting and like weapon upgrading routing in this game, so you're gonna see like Garlic doing a bunch of material pickups that may or may not cooperate with what we actually need them to be.
Yeah.
I mean, they most likely won't cooperate, because when does this game cooperate?
I feel like that's not even a Dead Souls thing, that's anything in this series. When does it want to cooperate with you? The answer is usually almost never.
I do actually, I liked the upgrading and the materials in this better than in 4, where in 4 it felt like the frequency I was finding stuff bore absolutely no relation to how much of anything I actually did.
Oh. There was just
Yeah,
like
this
a
is
little.
introducing the abilities upgrade, which is pretty much the same as the older Yakuza games.
Yeah, that tutorial can be annoying because sometimes one of the zombies falls over and then you can't. It's so much harder to get the headshot. And there I was just grabbing what said they're called cutie girl figures. Basically, they're like anime figures that we can sell for money.
Yeah, we're gonna sell them to Kamiyama later.
Ah, let me through.
And meanwhile, in the story, you know, things are going down kind of rapidly here because basically everything was fine, and there were only a couple zombies when Akiyama went into his office, and then he just came out, and it looks like this on the screen. So we're gonna see through the game that we're gonna get like a discrete, like a quarantine zone, and the safe zone and the quarantine zone is gonna gradually take up more and more of the map as the story progresses.
Yeah, since we were talking about like the equipment upgrades, one of the things I would have liked to have seen in this game is at some point you just end up with lots of like a specific type of material. It would have been nice to have some sort of like trading system where you could trade in a bunch of material to get like something else. But
Oh, like Parasite Eve.
yeah, there's nothing like that in this game. You just get to throw it away.
Yeah, only Pirate Yakuza was nice enough with that, but even then it only lets you like trade upwards for rare stuff.
The zombie got out of the way.
It's okay, chat. We're not selling waifus. They're all like, they're duplicates of the same waifu. Nothing of value is here.
I mean, technically we are, but they're going to a good place because I'm sure Kamiyama's gonna really. I kind of wish that as you talk to him, like they would just like stack up in his truck.
That would be funny.
That would be, especially since he's the guy that sits in the back of the truck. I could see him getting confused as it goes on.
Like,
where
he's
is...
just like, as the game progresses, you can't see him anymore because he's just covered in all of it.
What that guy's deal? Like, I've been wondering that recently. Like, I know, like, gameplay-wise, he is for doing some stuff, like, that has to do with companion combat that we might not see a lot of in the run.
Oh,
but,
you're
like,
talking about the guy in the backpack?
The guy in the back of Kamiyama's truck, who you have to talk to like change hostess outfits and so on. What is that guy's deal in story? What the hell is
Yeah, and he also, story-wise, I don't really think they gave him anything, but he also has like some like DLC pack things to learn.
Yeah.
I don't know. Because there's also Bob, who also has DLC packs, so I don't know why they didn't just give all of them to Bob.
But it's also really funny when, because you can use in this game, you can use hostesses as combat companions, and they're actually super OP. But when you go to talk to this guy to like equip them and change their outfits, every time you do that, his dialogue is, "Oh my god, what did you do to her?" So I don't know what that guy's deal is at all.
What did you do to her?
Like I gave her a rocket launcher. What?
I like how he says, "Oh my god, what did you do to her?" But he's the one who's facilitating this, so isn't he
That
also
too.
responsible?
I'm gonna take a little detour to get more anime.
Yeah, we have a bit of a money problem in the beginning of the game, so the more we can get, the better.
Yeah, when it's pretty late in the run, we definitely are usually not worried about money, but it's a bit of a thing in the early game. You want to make sure we have plenty of money.
Yeah, so we have to balance like upgrades, but also in Majima is the second character we will play as. He has a sub-story where we need 200,000 yen, but we also have to buy other stuff as well. So you need 200,000 yen to do the sub-story, or you're kind of screwed, really.
And I think you get it back, but you still have to have the 200,000 to begin with.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And you get it back almost immediately too, which makes it even like worse. This is great. So watching this through Discord is even better because not only do the frames in the game drop, but also Discord drops the frames too, so it's like double dropping your frames.
PowerPoint.
Okay, so that was what you were seeing that then.
No. That was a Discord special. So yeah, Chad, that wouldn't seem out of place in this game because that is a struggle for this game, is keeping frames. That's why we're looking at the golden eye style, because we're trying to save frames.
Yeah, I'll be constantly looking at the floor.
Yeah, most of the game will be looking at the frames.
We don't actually need that. Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say we don't actually need the ammo that I picked up, but we can sell it to get a lot, extra money.
Yeah, I was gonna say that that's basically a difference between like all sub-stories and any percent you would just run right by it, you wouldn't even care. It is similar though, in Dead Souls difficulty, the hardest difficulty you do pick up all that stuff because you desperately need the money.
Yeah.
And this is not like actual subterranean yet, but this is the scenery and your chat. I'm sorry, we're witnessing a lot of this place that you're gonna be hearing a lot.
It's gonna be like what, two or 3
2 or 3 hours.
hours of this, yeah.
Yeah.
Not all at once. It's like broken up into specific characters, but it is a lot of throwing.
And floors also randomized, so like
Yeah, it's like
not
procedurally generated, basically. Yeah.
Why is she back here? That's weird.
I never thought about it, but it's kind of like side order in a way. You know how you have like the vending machines? Because there's a seller. There's a guy who can sell stuff, like he's also random. He just shows up when he feels like it. I don't.
Yeah, and his drop rate is very bad. Like, I think when I did this casually, I saw him about 3 times ever, and you do 120 floors total of this.
Oh, that sounds so
that's really
bad when
bad
you
odds.
list it out like that.
Yeah, and then if you're doing the platinum for this game, you get to do like what 50 floors of endless subterranea.
Yeah, it's 50.
That's great. Good times.
Yeah, like I almost never want to call it dungeon crawling because it's like just so many enemies and so little reward, but functionally that's what it is still.
Okay, so far up until this point, we've been doing almost everything pretty much the same as any percent, except a little extra money. So I'm gonna do the first shop that we do, and that's Kamiyama. And I'm gonna end up selling the weapons we got before and the extra ammo and all those figures so that we can buy some stuff.
Yeah, see, he has that shelf back there. He could totally put them all there.
Yeah, because the map in this game changes throughout the story. Kamiyama's whole deal is like in a truck that he keeps moving around to stay outside the quarantine zone, which is kind of fun. It's a smart decision on his part. It's a really nice truck inside too.
Yeah.
Like that's the size of my living room in there.
But yeah, for pretty much all of Akiyama's part, we use the rifle. I think like way back in the day they used to use the shotgun, but I think we all switched to the rifle when Metza routed out Dead Souls.
Cool.
Which is a blessing and a curse. As you'll see later when Garlic has to use it on the boss, the aiming side to side and up and down in this game is really slow, but then when you use a scoped weapon, it's suddenly extremely fast. It's very disorienting and great.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's almost like not easier to control when it's faster because you're switching back and forth speeds.
Which that can be another variable when you're doing runs of this game is usually you'd be like, okay, cool, the zombie fell to the ground, they're not chasing me anymore. But if it's a zombie you have to kill, like to clear an area, then you have to aim down, and aiming down is so slow, so it's actually worse.
Yes, especially on, because we do this run on easy difficulty, it can be hard to even see who's still alive sometimes unless you can see like the little red light from their eyes.
Yeah, you can see here there's kind of, if there's a live enemy off screen, there's going to be that little kind of red indicator pointing off because their eyes glow red. Which is handy because this game loves to give you a big group of enemies to kill and then hide one off in a corner somewhere.
Yeah, that's gonna happen a few times.
Yeah, I was thinking the
Yeah, this part in the story is mostly just showing us like the quarantine zone and stuff. So we had to go out to where we did and then basically back where we came.
Yeah, Akiyama has this like really convoluted underground route he has to do every time you go back between the quarantine zone and the safe zone, and then everyone else is just gonna have like an exit point you just go through, and it does not involve anything like this. So like this is another area that he's gonna have to go back and forth through a bunch of times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, for some of these parts, especially once we get into the sub-stories, you'll notice that we're doing a ton of walking. And that's because there's, I think, genuinely only like 3 taxis in the city. And they're all at the edges of the city. So we're unfortunately not going to be able to make that much use of the taxis.
And most of them get swallowed up by the quarantine zone pretty quick, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, at the end you'll have one taxi, which basically takes you to the docks in Gulfing.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, a lot of the older games pretty much only had, like, the 3 taxi locations, so, like, even for those, it's sometimes hit or miss at times. And then, yeah, the fact that some of them get swallowed up by the quarantine zone just makes them pretty much useless in this game. Unfortunately.
Yeah, we'll get to do a little bit of taxiing once we do a few of the sub-stories.
Hey, yeah. Yes, Akiyama-san.
Nono's here. Good morning, Nono.
Hey, no.
Yes.
Good morning.
Hi. Good. Bye.
And there's Gary. Gary is an extremely good guy who usually when he shows up in games we have to fight him, and I feel bad about it, so it's nice in this game he's actually helping us out and we don't have to beat him up.
I'm so glad that this is all sub-stories so we can watch him crawl through a window.
Oh, yeah.
I think I may have missed what sub-story that is.
It's unfortunately has to deal with Arase, who I hate, but that part's funny anyway. I hope he drags him back through the window, but we don't get to see that part.
Yeah, in general, like, everybody's going to have a string of sub-stories where they get a combat companion who, the idea is you're supposed to, like, take them back to Gary's boot camp and, like, go do all these training courses to level them up, which we will not be doing for the most part unless a sub-story requires it, but Gary will just kind of pop up out of nowhere spontaneously as soon as you make a new friend, and he's like, hey, I'm kidnapping this person, I'm gonna take them back to my office and teach them how to use guns. You can come visit us whenever. Gary also, if you've played Infinite Wealth or you've seen Infinite Wealth, Gary has a daughter who would probably be about grade school age when this game is set, so I want to know where she is. Like, is she out there with a baseball bat, like, kneecapping zombies right now, or what?
That would be really funny. Yeah, we just started. We opened up the 2 first sub-stories of the game. One where we have to find this lady's partner who's in the quarantine zone. And then another where a guy was talking about using the social media platform called Yakuza.
Totally not Twitter.
Not at all.
we come over here, and there's another sub-story we can get. Funnily enough, that teddy bear we're gonna see again.
Yeah. At the end of both places.
Yeah, this is a game, like, it's very much a game about how much the RPG devs loved a lot of the zombie media that was really big, you know, in the 2000s, around 2010 when this game was made. And this is a sub-story about, like, tropes and schlocky horror movies and how this game kind of treats them as like absolute science. Like this old sub story is about like, oh, there's this and this and this horror game cliche, and this is who's going to die first based on horror movie tropes.
I love this face that they're gonna make here.
Yeah, that couple snuck off to hold hands in private, so they're getting swarmed by zombies now.
As is typical for couples that run off in horror movies.
Now we have a bunch of zombies, so I get to use a grenade. Hopefully that'll work out. This lady. Oh my god, the hitbox. Yeah, there was a decent demonstration of like sometimes you can see the enemy you're trying to hit and like there was just a plant in the way, and even though I could still aim at the zombie's head, I had to like go off to the side.
There's an anonymous story later on that people kind of bring up a lot, like, oh, he's even more callous than usual in this game. He like stands there and lets these two guys die, but everybody does that in this game. Like
Yeah.
you just saw a crowd of people just like standing there watching out the window while this guy dies.
Yeah. And then this is one of the guys that was on Yakker/Twitter.
Oh yeah, did we talk about that? That these guys are basically looking for a lady who is running around naked.
Yeah, that text that comes up is basically like somebody is like tweeting saying that like, oh help, I'm surrounded by zombies, but also I'm like naked.
Oh no, they tore off all my clothes. Yeah, like, what? And then like, won't someone come save me? And stuff like that. And just like, okay, totally not sus.
Oh no, Bite-kun.
Yeah, there's a bunch of objects you can interact with to use as weapons, so like the motorcycle, the signs, the bikes, and they're kind of the menace.
Yeah, they can really sabotage you. And then here we're about to run into the guy, Kendo, who is the boyfriend of the lady we talked to outside. But we're not gonna actually go with him just yet. Gonna make him wait. I love how he's called Shameless Man.
I want to see Tower Battle. We never find out what Tower Battle is about, but it sounds like a good movie.
Here's a little bit of speed tech here. The chainsaw makes us run faster.
Yeah, it's a shame we can't keep it for the entire time. It kind of just disappears here, but...
Yeah.
Yeah, you can pick up chainsaws, but you can't keep them in your inventory, unfortunately.
That would be so good for Ryuji's part.
Oh yeah, it would. This is like a bit of an unfortunate spread of zombies. It's only killed 2 of them, nice.
Really do be like that sometimes.
The one that was right in front of him.
Don't help or anything, dude.
The standard NPC what do you call it, behavior? Just stand there, do nothing. Don't help at all.
Pretty much.
Yeah, here's our lady. That's not a lady, it's a guy that I guess he figured that no one would answer his cries for help in the quarantine zone if he was a guy, so he pretended to be a girl.
And the end of the sub-story is that somebody else starts tweeting about, like, oh my god, I'm a beautiful naked woman, please come save me from zombies, and the rest of this gang, like, runs off to check it out immediately, and Akiyama's like, no, I'm not doing this again.
We've learned nothing.
I love how they just immediately are like, oh yeah, let's go. Meanwhile, just leaving the guy there.
Yeah, I don't think they give him clothes or anything.
I'm sure he's fine.
Oh yeah,
He's fine. Also,
I mean,
this
he
is
made it
another
alive, so...
yeah.
Sorry, Panda.
Oh, I was just gonna say, there are a lot of parts where we need to escort people, but the game is very wishy-washy on whether they actually want you to escort them literally to the door, or just, like, you pick them up and you're like, alright, bye, and you just leave.
Yeah.
Yeah, like later on we're gonna have some stuff with Ryuji where he has to do a bunch of escorts, and they are all really, really picky about getting people actually to the drop-off point. For this guy, it's like, he's 2 rooms back, whatever.
Isn't there a part coming up with Akiyama too with the same thing?
Yeah, there's gonna be, it's one of the hostesses. But yeah, it's even within, like, a specific character, like, cause, like, Kiryu has to do several escort missions, and then it's like one, he just says, alright, here, I'm here to save you, and literally just runs away and leaves the quarantine zone, and then there's another one where you have to wait for everybody to stay with you the whole time. Because if you get too far away, they will just stop and stand there. Like, they won't keep coming to you.
Systematic, this game is from 2011. It came out in June of 2011, and it's set a year after Yakuza 4.
いらっしゃいませ。
Yeah, you'll see I just bought something called a Fizz-O-Magic jersey, which we're about to equip, and I bought a random, like, cup of noodles, and we're gonna need that later.
Stupid cup of noodles. I'm so mad about that.
Luckily, it doesn't matter which food item you get as long as it's some kind of food.
I basically ended a run because I forgot. I already bought them, I just didn't get them. I just
Yeah.
didn't bring them with me to Date, and I'm just like, can't you eat your own damn noodles?
But I'm hungry.
Dante is he doing Razor commercials? He can't.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I'm sorry, no, Date can get his own food.
The floor zombies are really annoying.
Yeah. Because any zombies on the floor like that don't really stand out until they, like, spring to life.
Yeah.
This guy's continuing to have problems. He has an ex-buddy who's in a lot of debt, and he's off. And the buddy is now off hassling Kendo's girlfriend, who we met earlier.
Yeah.
A lot of these sub-stories, you'll see they kind of come in clumps. There'll be like a series of like 3 to 5 for a character that are really all one big story. So we're going to see like a bunch of things going on with Kendo now that we've rescued him.
That's like no points. Oh my god. Well, we can't get any gold plates.
Oh no.
Oh man.
That's why we had to get the extra anime. It's been a while since I've seen the points be that low at this point.
But yeah, that's some stuff in preparation for, like, things for later, and one of them is going to be to upgrade our jersey so we run really fast.
Yeah. And I did pick up, just to be safe, like marathon safe, the Sarge's unexpected gift you need anyway, because that's for the jersey upgrade. But then I also got super coolant and plasma battery. You technically get both of those throughout the course of this run, especially since they're rewards for doing Subterranea. But I figured since we have so little points, I can't get gold plates. I might as well just get those just to be safe.
If you look around in this park, which Garlic is going too fast to do, but this park is currently nowhere near the quarantine zone, but if you look into the bathroom, there is a guy who is just like eternally throwing up in there, which I'm sure isn't a bad sign of anything. He's not interactable or anything. You can just like stand there and watch him suffer if you want to.
Yeah, then here, even though we were right next to a taxi, it won't let us get in the taxi with this guy.
Yeah, it's so dumb.
And he's walking all the way back there. He can't even keep up.
Yeah, thankfully this is one of the instances where he'll just teleport to us, because we'd be, yeah, it'd probably be a few minutes.
なあ秋山さん三谷のやつまさか
And you might notice that we're walking a little bit faster than before because I put on the Magic jersey. That'll get even faster when we upgrade it.
The jersey also has some interesting mechanics of, so you reach a top speed, which is consistent, but if you shoot or reload, you actually get back to default speed, and then it takes like a few seconds for him to get back up to like top speed again.
Yeah, so when we have
something you need to pay attention to more later.
Yeah, like you'll notice now that we have it on, I'm gonna be shooting and reloading less if I can help it, unless you really have to, you know, take care of zombies in the way.
This game is set in April. There are Christmas trees out
Yeah.
behind Millennium Tower. I'm not entirely sure why. Supposedly, like, the common sense explanation for this would be because they recycled the map from Yakuza 4, but Yakuza 4 and 3, the previous PS3 games, are also set in spring, so I do not know what those are doing there.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I know Yakuza 4 takes place around my birthday, so it's like, that's nowhere near Christmas. Just,
Yeah,
to me, it looks like... Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say Yakuza 4 starts on my birthday, which is why I'm very sure of when it's set.
Yeah, exactly. Because... yeah, it's just like early March, so it's like, oh, okay, sure. Christmas trees makes sense, but my thinking is just like, okay, someone's clearly just too lazy to put things away, and quite honestly, it's also like, you know what, I get it, it's fine, don't worry about it. So I've absolutely seen that here, like where I am too, where sometimes people will take like a good month or two at least to take down Christmas decorations.
Yeah, this also happens in K2 and Majima Saga, which K2 is set around Christmas, but Majima Saga, the side campaign, is set in like February. But there is still Christmas trees up because they're using the same Sotenbori map as in the main game that's set at Christmas.
I don't know why that just made me think now if you can hear Christmas music in Majima Saga 2. Because I know if you go in certain buildings in the main game of Kiwami 2, you absolutely do.
I think you do, but it's a little while since I played Majima Saga, so I'm not gonna guarantee it.
Yeah, last playthroughs, quote unquote, were speedruns here, so I wouldn't have been like in a spot to like see if that's the case. Also, yeah, I was about to ask, did you... Okay. I was like, I saw Garlic doing a bunch of upgrades, so I just was not sure if she had gone through all of them, or if she still had like 1 or 2 left to do. Because I believe she bought the grenade launcher, got the sprint shirt, and... ammo for the grenade launcher? Question mark?
Yeah, I only got 1 stack of ammo because we're really hurting for money, unfortunately. So I'm a little nervous about that, but I'm sure we'll hopefully manage. At least with ammo, we can get it from the boxes, so I'm not too worried about that part.
Yeah, usually it's not too bad to find grenade ammo.
I should have reloaded there, but that's fine.
At this point, I believe we're just going back to Hana to give her the medicine from Emoto.
Yeah.
Yeah. We did not actually tell you this, chat, but we have this whole time been running around trying to get medicine for Hana, who has been, ironically, just a totally normal.
Yeah, thankfully not zombifying. Man, that guy was going places.
Yeah, that was a really bad room.
Guy being a bit more aggressive than normal.
Yeah, normally what we try to do there is headshot the first zombie, and usually it knocks the one to the right over onto the floor, and then you can just shoot them on the floor. But I don't know, it didn't work out quite the way I wanted. Taking some extra ammo that we don't necessarily need, because, like I said before, I'm a little concerned about the money, so we can always sell extra. I'm hitting anyone but the crybaby.
I was gonna say, the game seems to want to hit everyone's blade but her.
Yeah, the crybabies are mutants that, as long as they're alive and yelling, will just keep spawning more and more zombies. So you will almost always want to kill them first, because otherwise you will just get swarmed worse and worse.
Yeah, those crybabies also drop scrap iron, which we need for, in any percent you only need one, but in this category or all sub-stories you want more because you need some to upgrade Majima's shotgun. Nice block of steel.
Block of steel.
Camera got weird. Going through rooms in these tight hallways can often, like, make the camera really weird, so I didn't even follow my own advice there, but normally for that room I like to take my finger off the camera, like the right stick.
That guy's fine, by the way.
Yeah, I'm sure he's fine.
Yeah, as long as Nagahama doesn't die, which you have 2 heals, so you most likely won't die. Just something to keep an eye on. For this part, we do want him to be alive so that he can follow us very quickly. Go ahead, Spin.
I was just saying, when I played this, I once got extremely stuck at one end of a hallway down here, just absolutely buried in zombies, while Nagahama just kind of wandered off to the other end of the hallway and was hanging out there like, oh, what took him so long when I finally caught up to him? So I have never forgiven him for this. I do not care if he gets grabbed. He can cook.
Yeah, I don't know if it happens on any percent, but on Dead Souls difficulty, if he, like, when you come down the stairs and you're facing out, if he gets to the right in that area, he just actually freezes and doesn't move. So you basically just soft log.
Yeah, I don't think I've had it happen on any of the categories I'd run on easy. Like, sometimes he'll slow down and be annoying, but he'll end up where he needs to be eventually.
Yeah, there's also the other oddity on Dead Souls difficulty where, like, once you enter that room, you can't tell Nagahama what to do anymore, which is usually why we just want him incapacitated. Because at least then he'll just follow us. Well, assuming he doesn't get shoved by zombies into a corner.
Yeah, when your combat companions in this game run out of health, they don't like die or disappear or anything. They just kind of wander around after you, like getting in your way and not contributing, which I guess is on theme, but it's still very annoying because they're very good at getting in front of you when you're aiming.
So now that we're in chapter 4, we're gonna progress sub-stories again.
Yeah, and we just talked to the NPC with the red jacket. That's Kine, who is the one that wants us to go to the Subterranea. And we're gonna have to talk to him a lot.
Yeah, he's a reporter who's like, he wants to write a story about how he heard there's spooky stuff going on underground, but he does not want to go down there himself, and we are going to be doing all his dirty work for him, basically.
Reminds me, does he even like credit like anyone for helping him, or does he just be like, nah, I did this all myself?
He doesn't have to, because this game is non-canonical.
I mean, that's also true, but
That joke made more sense in my head. But no, there actually, like, there is some lore for Subterranea. There's like this whole unrelated ghost story going on down there, and it's kind of cool, but oh my god, what you have to do to like find out that little bit of lore.
I accidentally double tapped start. Really thought I could slip through there.
Yeah, usually you can, but she was That's the fun part of any percent or playing on easy difficulty, is just you don't know what the zombies are gonna do, really.
Yeah.
See, at least on Dead Souls difficulty, I know they're trying to all murder me, but on easy, some of them are just like, yeah, whatever, I don't care, and then other ones are just like, no, you should die now.
Oh.
There was that lady that jumped down, you can kind of see it. There's this weird thing in this game where the game already allocates room for a zombie to drop down. So if there's a zombie that drops down from the ceiling, you can't walk through that. So sometimes you will just be running and you'll run into an invisible wall and you'll be like, what the hell? And then you'll realize like 2 seconds later a zombie will drop in front of you.
Oh, we got our super hard aluminum.
Yay.
I had to get rid of an item to make room. Oh.
That was one of the millionaire zombies. They have very set spawns. And anytime we have an opportunity to kill one, we will be doing so. The thing we want from them the most is the super aluminum alloy, which basically is for Kiryu's anti-material rifle, which we won't really be saying until the very end, basically.
Yeah. And there, when we went into the office, I needed to pick up the client register. And so I had to look at it in the menu to, like, as if it counted that I read it. Nice invulnerability to the explosion there.
Yeah, we are all out. It is... Akiyama's a loan shark, and it's collection day, so he is also just out here chasing down his clients for money, as usual, while this is going on.
don't know, it's kind of funny because any other time he would be looking for an excuse to get out of his work, and like, if there was ever a time for that, now would be the time, but no, now he's decided that he's gonna do the collectors. He's gonna
Yeah.
Yeah, because I was gonna say, like, at the start of the game, he was specifically doing that, just like, nah, don't want to do that right now, it's fine. And Hana was getting mad.
Yeah, now we're escorting Dr. Emoto to safety. Luckily, we don't have to wait for him to be by the door.
Look at this man's flawless zombie disguise.
I was like, he's trying to blend in with the zombies, but he's kind of dressed as a mummy.
This is one of my favorites because I love the moment where they're like, wait,
Yeah.
you're not a zombie? And all the zombies are like, wait, he's not a zombie.
Yeah, it's such like Looney Tunes timing, and it's great.
That was a terrible grenade, so I'm just gonna give up on that idea.
Cut off the grenade. Because the grenades can either be so good or so bad.
Yeah.
The is when you go away, they go really far, and then the game is like, how about you can upgrade it again to throw them around? I'm like, we really don't need them. So now you can just like throw them to space when you upgrade them.
I'm like headshotting these guys like times in like a row, and they're not dying. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I think some of the zombies in this one are like specifically not as bad as like, you know, those two zombies and like Ryuji's part, but yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, since those guys are so tanky, I have not come up with like any consistent strat to do that quickly, because it doesn't seem to matter how you attack them. That millionaire zombie dropped like a heal, so I didn't try to pick that up. Okay, here's one of our favorite parts here.
Yeah, we all love chase segments, they're great.
Yeah, chase segments the best thing in these games.
Oh. Oh my god. Oh, it's gonna be a bad one.
And this is one of the more cheesable ones because you can cut the other way around Serena here and like catch him coming out of this alley.
Oh my god.
Like, just like that.
And then I'm missing here. Oh my god.
What? How did he miss him?
Well, I'm glad it's not like a real PB attempt. It's a marathon. I tell myself.
Something that frustrated me about the chase segments in this game in particular is the way they're all designed. Is it feels like there's one specific point where in every route where the game is like letting you catch up and hit the guy, and there's no real opportunity anywhere else when you're doing laps, and it just seems really pointless to me.
Yeah, that was, well, y'all got to see how bad these chases really can be, because, of course, when I did practice and made all my safety saves, it went amazing. But now that we're in the live run, it's terrible.
Hi, Froob.
Hey, Froob.
I was comparatively okay with the chase sequences in 4 because they have heals that you can run over and replenish your stamina, so you can get through most of them in 4 without actually hitting anybody and just wait for the other guy's stamina to run out faster than yours, and I wish they had kept that because it was so nice comparatively.
Yeah, and then this one, like, having to tackle them is really annoying. Like, in some other games, chase segments, you don't really have to do that, or sometimes you get close to them and you do, like, a QTE. But here, you just have to pretty much get close to them and tackle them, or sometimes if there's a barrel nearby, you can shoot it, and all it really does is slow them down and deplete some of their stamina.
Yeah, and the timing on those barrels is pretty fiddly, too.
Yeah, so I don't often go for those. This is one of the guys we need to collect debt from, but his cat is missing. So we obviously have to help find the kitty. I mean, if someone told me, like, their cat is missing, I'd be like, say less. Like, we have to find him. Her. Her name's Alicia.
Basically saying. Also, cat collection missions in these games are usually fun, if I'm being honest.
Yeah. A stock meow.
Yeah, Windbliss, I'm pretty sure Froob has played 1 or 2 RGG games at some point.
I've never seen Froob play a Yakuza game. What do you mean?
No.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
Who's Froob? Love you, Froob. I might have sat beside him on a couch once. Talking about a Yakuza game, no less.
The Yakuza game.
To be honest, yeah, the Yakuza, actually. The best game in the series, surely. No, that's this game.
Oh, definitely.
This game is one of my favorites, but I'm not sure if I would say it's good.
Honestly, same. Like, I mean, this is my favorite game to run that I've learned so far, which is why I've done so many categories. I mean, I've done like every category except Dead Souls, because that one was really taking it out of me. Maybe I'll get back to it at some point.
2026 goals.
I feel you, it can be exhausting.
Luckily, we know where the cat is, and she is right here.
He wants to see tower battle.
And now we actually get to start Subterranea.
Yay.
Yay.
The first of many.
So this is, like we said, a procedurally generated dungeon. It is set up kind of like Skull Cavern in Stardew Valley, in that if you die, you go back to the surface and there are no checkpoints. So if you are supposed to be going 30 floors down and you die on floor 27, then you are going back up to street level and you are starting over.
Yeah, it's really bad. Also, we want to be really careful when we reach the exit every time, because if you're a little overzealous with the menuing or you accidentally scroll to the bottom, the option is leave, and it doesn't count your progress.
Yeah, you just leave, and that's it. I would say that Akiyama's one of the ones that has like the easier time, just because he has the infinite dual pistols, so he doesn't really have to worry about ammo
Yeah.
like the others do.
Yeah. The others still have infinite ammo handguns, but it's not kind of their character-specific weapon. Whereas, like Akiyama with these, what they upgrade so well.
Yeah, you'll see, like, we're still looking down, and I'm making a lot of heavy use of looking at the mini-map here, because you can kind of see where there's, like, a doorway.
Yeah, even if you're in the room, a lot of the time, it's easier to tell from the mini-map, like, what's a wall and what's a door than, like, actually looking around in the room.
Yeah. When in doubt, go left.
Yeah, I don't know
Says
why, but
turning
for some
right.
reason going left in this usually leads you to the exit.
Not this time. No. Oh god, come on. You can keep your, like, left thumb on the, like, up D-pad for that menu. I still am always a little nervous that I'm messing up and I'm gonna, like, accidentally exit, but... So if you're, like, super worried, I would say, like, just keep tapping confirm until you pick the top option.
And this is floor 5 of the 5 floors we're doing on this run, so we're out of here now.
Yeah, luckily.
Yeah, I'd say thankfully Akiyama's short, but because his is short, everyone else is longer, so it's not really...
Yeah.
I'd argue, if anything, that's kind of just like, he will ease you into this with Akiyama, and then everyone else is just, yeah, good luck.
Yeah, Akiyama's runs are 5 and 15. Majima does 10 floors and then 20. Ryuji does 15 and 25. And then Kiryu does one run of 30 floors. And they do, like, they start out kind of enemy dense and they get worse very rapidly as you go down. So 30 floors is a lot, just on its own.
Yeah, and this is Marina. This is actually one of the Akiyama's hostesses that works at Elise. That somehow was trapped here. We get to bring her back in and kind of level her a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is not the same mechanic as when you're like going to hostess clubs as a customer and gaining hearts with hostesses that way, because when you do that, which we're not doing in this run because hostesses don't count towards all sub-stories in this game, but if you do the hostess clubs and you get full hearts with someone, you get her as combat companion and she is already all the way leveled up and you can put whatever weapons on her you want. So that is really good. If you don't want to deal with all the Gary training stuff, you can do hostess stuff instead.
So here, if it was all sub-stories, we would be talking to a woman near here called Judy, but we have to wait on that because that NPC, Kine, who wants us to go to Subterranea, unfortunately, when you finish each part, like each character has 2 times they have to go to Subterranea, and in order for it to count and for it to proceed like progression, you have to go talk to him again. So I just have to go around the street and talk to him.
Yeah, it's kind of annoying that that part up there is part of the quarantine zone because you have to go all the way around instead of just through there.
Yeah. And now we basically just go where we were to talk to Juri.
This game loves to make you backtrack.
It really does.
I mean, I guess in this case it's our own fault because it's what the speedrun routing is doing, but just in general, like I'm gonna complain about this again. The map you see with Akiyama kind of changes because of buildings getting busted up, like it blocks off some routes that you would see in other Yakuza games and kind of opens up others. But after that, that doesn't really happen, and you just get more and more stuff blocked off, and there's like random barriers left up inside the quarantine zone for no clear reason, and you have to do like so much circuitous routing and backtracking and running around on the same routes over and over again, and it makes me mad, this in particular, because they started doing something interesting with the map and then they threw up their hands and gave up on it and just made it really annoying.
Yeah. And the way the map is laid out, especially in the quarantine zone, is gonna be like, it's gonna be more and more apparent how kind of like frustrating it can be the further we get into the game.
Plus, because this game has infinite enemy spawn, but it's the same enemies every time, it's not random. So when you have to take this whole long roundabout route into the quarantine zone every time, you are getting, like, jumped by the same hermit on your way around the corner every time, and then the same Molotovs, and it's like, God, I am so sick of seeing you guys. Please take a coffee break or something.
Now we go do Subterranea Part 2, which is 15 floors. No. We're gonna see that a few times.
Please don't think too hard about how zombies can make and use Molotov cocktails. But they can stun lock you pretty well like that, especially if you're in like a small contained space with them. Like, they will just keep knocking you over.
Yeah, and those Molotov zombies are pretty much the primary reason I'd recommend coming in here with at least a few healing items. When I did my first ever run of this, this is only my third time doing this because it's so long, but the first attempt I made, I actually died in Majima's part of the second Subterranea, almost at the last floor because I didn't have enough heals. And I got stun locked by these Molotovs.
Yeah, and that was what, like a 20-25 minute run back?
Yeah, I think in the second attempt it saved like 25 or so minutes. And some of these doorways are barricaded with like trash cans. Normally I would say like it's best to like shoot with handguns because that's faster, but there's often Molotov zombies near the barricade. So sometimes it's actually better to like stand near it and wait for them to throw the Molotov because it'll break the barricade.
Yeah, I love that they have these barricades that make you aim low to break them in the game where aiming low sucks.
Yeah, it's really not fun.
I think I mostly wound up like shooting the Molotovs first and then meleeing the trash cans.
I actually haven't thought to melee them. Does it like break them pretty quick?
I think so, yeah. Like, they're plastic trash cans. They don't have a lot of health. It's just annoying.
Yeah. I'm glad I went this way. I feel like it's not a guarantee, but a lot of times you'll see like with those big, sometimes the exit is close to like they want you to go through a really big room filled with zombies or like a really annoying hallway. So it feels like that's kind of how you can anticipate which way to go.
You can also, if you forget flashlight batteries and have to do a bunch of subterranean floors in the dark, which is a very silly thing to forget, and I would never do that in my life ever. But if you have to do that, you can still see the health bars on the mutants, so you can get around a little bit like that. But you can tell at least where the big guys are.
Yeah. Oh my god.
And the ladder's right there. Come on, dude.
Yeah, it's usually easier to roll to the right side of the meathead for some reason, but there was like other zombies kind of in the way.
At least we're getting some nice short floors.
Yeah, that one was like super free.
Yeah, because part of me was about to ask, like, do you think your current battery is going to last until you get to floor 15?
I'm actually not sure. Sometimes it'll stay on the red for like quite a while. But I think I do have a battery in the inventory.
Sometimes you get a little bit of battery back when you change floors, too.
I like how I didn't attack anything, but I leveled up.
I was about to say, like, wait, what, level up from what?
It could have been the Molotov killed itself with the fire.
Yeah, this game's very weird with experience, because, like, if you're just in the vicinity and a zombie dies, it'll just be like, oh, here you go, I guess. It's like, thanks, I didn't do anything.
Just get the benefit from friendly fire instead.
Yeah, see, sometimes Molotov zombies can be nice.
Yeah.
But most of the time, no.
You have to kind of like time rolling, like when the barricade breaks, try to roll like right at the same time, because if you wait too long, just too wide. Basically, if you wait too long, then you can get into the stun lock from the fire. Come on. Oh, okay.
Thanks for nothing, Molotov.
Alright, should be the last floor.
And now we're all set with Subterranea for Akiyama.
Yeah, so now we just have a few sub-stories to finish off. Yeah, at this point we could just go back downstairs and leave back to the safe zone. And since we, earlier we were finding Alicia, the cat, we actually never talked to the guy who owns the cat again, so that's where we're going now.
Yeah, she's just been riding along with us this whole time, I guess.
We took her into Subterranean.
That's what I was about to say. Just gave her a nice trip of the Subterranea.
It wasn't actually Akiyama doing anything, it was the cat.
I should have turned later, but that's fine. We could still go this way. So now we go down to Ebisu, the pawn shop. Oh my god. I hit cancel. Nice. I was debating selling the plasma battery because I think we get another one, but I don't remember, so just to be safe, I won't do that. The protective amulet, and we need 3 sturdy springs. We already had 2, so... And then there's a guy right outside the store. Nice, we got a double. That's why the rifle's pretty nice. Sometimes it'll hit like multiple zombies if they're close together enough. Now we have to take this guy through to exit the quarantine zone like we did with the previous people.
He's back there somewhere, I guess.
Yeah, he got stuck in the back alley there. Just saw his like little marker get stuck and then just never followed you again.
Well,
But see,
luckily
he teleported.
Yeah. And we just have 2 sub-stories left for Akiyama. So here we want to level up Marina. And usually killing those special infected there will get enough XP that she'll level up pretty quick. So Marina wanted to like go run off and do stuff on her own. And of course we're like, no, we can't let her be out there by herself.
Yeah, she has a friend she's looking for who she's trying to rescue, I think.
Yeah. Actually gonna take out the grenades. So she wants to kill zombies herself, so she'll get mad if you shoot with a regular gun. But she didn't say anything about killing zombies with, like, grenade splash damage. That cool Razer phone. Oh, nice. We didn't get the level up.
So close.
This is it for Akiyama sub-stories. We'll get a text from Bob. So we have to go talk to Kine again and make sure you do that before talking to Nagahama, or else you'll continue the story and it won't count for Subterranea. That's like really kind of silly, but for some reason how it works.
Fortunately, go ahead.
I was just gonna ask, just since I didn't do Subterranea, if you didn't hand in Akiyama's part here, does that lock off Majima, or is it just you would need to go to Premium Adventure to possibly hand it in?
I'm actually not positive, because I think when I did the completion originally, I probably did it in, like, Premium Adventure.
That's fair.
Wait, what was the question again?
If you don't hand in the second Subterranea of Akiyama's, does it lock off Majima from being able to do his part, or does it just mean for Akiyama you have to go into Premium Adventure to finish his part of it?
So it just means that you would have to go into Premium Adventure to turn Akiyamas in, because all the characters are like, none of the characters ever get barred from doing it, regardless of if another character has done it.
Okay.
But yeah, then you have to go into Premium Adventure, which is like...
Yeah.
So yeah, it is kind of unfortunate if you were to forget.
But it's not as harsh of a penalty compared to if it was to lock off other people.
Yeah, that would be, yeah.
I guess the thing... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Would the Amon fight still trigger, then?
No. You not until Premium Adventure when you turned Akiyama's part in.
Okay.
Which would also be unfortunate. Because then you would have to switch to Akiyama and then switch back to Kiryu to fight Amon.
This is honestly a really pretty room, and it's a shame this is what we're doing in it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, when I was actually like trying to figure out a good routing for the Subterranea for this category, I tried to have other characters, like for example, we went into the entrance as Akiyama near, near Theater Square, and that's where that entrance is. Majima, for example, can go to that manhole, but it won't count. It'll let you go in, but it won't count towards the actual progression of the Subterranea, which is really frustrating and annoying.
It's so mean about like progressing this stuff for no clear reason.
Oh.
Anyway, we're fighting a liquor now. This is Akiyama's final boss.
Yeah.
But this game came out in 2011 when like Resident Evil was big, Left 4 Dead was big, House of the Dead, and Dead Rising were all like it was peak zombie hours basically, and this game is not super subtle about like what other media RGG devs are fans of, which I think is fun. I'm not complaining.
Oh my god. Nope. Bad fight. We didn't get any good weak spot hits.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about earlier with the rifle. It's very, like, it is extremely hard to aim this thing.
Also, the hitbox on that weak spot is like microscopic. Oh, I could have got rapid reload. Oh well.
And now we're done with Akiyama and we're gonna be Majima, who has just been hanging out in his office with his emotional support shotgun over here.
Yeah, watching zombie films. So he's rather jazzed about what's going on.
Yeah. I think we actually already have the super hard aluminum because we found one and then one came from a sub-story. So now it would actually be nice if the millionaire zombie here drops money.
Yeah, you can sell them for 50,000. But yeah, if you get the super rare cutie girl figure, that's 150.
Oh no. You try to roll to be optimal and then, like, roll in the wrong direction. Oh, of course he dropped a fatty fork. Nice. So the fatties can drop material we need, elastic alloy, which Majima needs to upgrade the shotgun. But sometimes they'll drop what's called a fatty fork, which is, for the sake of the run, useless.
Does it even sell much? I don't remember.
I think it sells for 10,000.
Which isn't like the worst, but it doesn't make up for the disappointment of not getting what we wanted.
There's definitely a lot more opportunities in the sub-stories to get more elastic.
Well, at least one of those two dropped an elastic alloy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thankfully, Majima has a specific sub-story where there's like, what, is it 5 or 6 fatties that he has to fight? So that's generally, if you don't have what you need for his shotgun by then, you're going to get it there, unless you're extremely unlucky, which is possible.
When we're seeing these off-screen speech bubbles sometimes that are going like, oh my god, please help, please come kill these things, that is a specific mechanic in the game where, like, Yakuza games absolutely hate timing you out of completing anything, so you can still access all of the businesses that are inside the quarantine zone. You just gotta kill some monsters outside there first, and then you can just like stop in for a beef bowl whenever you want, and it's totally like normal inside, and there's music playing, and it's very strange.
So yeah, this is the second prototype, the Onaki, which is totally not a thing. And yeah, as you can see, his weak spot is right in the center of his chest. Which you think would make it easy to hit, but because of the game, you're literally fighting for dear life with the frames right now.
Yeah.
And you can shoot through this top part, if that makes sense.
Unfortunately, I missed one of the. Oh no, he's grabbing the other one.
Unlucky, just like, yeah, you need to really play with the frames today. Sorry.
Yeah, if you're like really lucky, and I would say skilled, but honestly, some of it is definitely luck with what he does. You need some like decent RNG. You can actually skip him picking up either of the cars, but usually he'll pick up one of them in most of my attempts. It's unfortunate when he picks up both cars though, because the car animation that you can't skip is like a 6-second little scene you have to see. And that is an aggro. Luckily, we don't have to interact with this one, and honestly, most of them you can ignore if you can help it. They're more, like, unique compared to some of the other special infected. Like, a lot of them feel very similar to, like, Left 4 Dead special infected, but that one is actually pretty different. So he just, like, does his own thing, and then if he gets touched or I guess something hits him nearby, then he goes crazy.
And you can, if an aggro gets triggered, you can hear kind of the music in their headphones gets louder, which is kind of a cool cue.
Yeah.
The thing with them, though, is if you have a companion with you, the companions do not know not to trigger the aggros and will just start blasting at them. So if you have somebody with you, sometimes it's easier to just take out an aggro ahead of time than kind of wait for that to happen accidentally.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's a part coming up with Majima where that effectively can happen. Daigo will just at least hit usually one of them.
Yeah, it happened to me a lot in the subway tunnel that's like going into purgatory, because those are usually companion segments, and there's a bunch of aggros down there that are hard to avoid because it's a narrow space. So you might as well just like blast them when you see them. Now we're getting into one of Majima's kind of long strings of related sub-stories, which in this case is about how a bunch of guys who work for him keep wandering into the quarantine zone like dummies, and he has to go get them all out.
Yeah. I'm getting stuck on everything.
Yeah, and if you recognize this is pretty much the exact same spot we ran through as Akiyama, but now we are Majima.
Yeah, we're about to go to that building.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say we're about to go through that building where we did in Akiyama's chapter 2.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, you'll see that a lot where we'll be able to traverse where, like, other characters were earlier in the game. Sometimes there's, like, little differences in the map, too, where, like, one character can't go but another can, kind of thing. I would say, like, when we get to Kiryu at the end, he actually has, like, the most access to the map than anyone, because he actually has, like, a few extra places where he can get through where no one else can, because it's just blocked off. Also, yeah, supposedly this is the first guy who is now a zombie, so we're gonna kill him. And yeah, that part that Akiyama opened up, like, right in the beginning of the game, thankfully we can still just go through it to get out of that building quick. Wow, thanks. This is what I mean about the zombies being, like, unpredictable. Like, you see, like, most of them are just chill, and then every once in a while you'll run by one and they'll, like, lunge or slap you or whatever, but there's, like, no warning.
Yeah. The worst is when you get just grabbed out of nowhere.
Yeah, because the game can be very generous with the grab distance.
And this is another guy we're going to see in a bunch of sub-stories. He actually has sub-stories in different sections with Majima and then Ryuji and then Kiryu, because these guys were filming a horror movie in Kamurocho when the actual zombie outbreak happened, and now they're like, well, our production office, everybody's been killed by zombies, so we have no budget, so we're just gonna film a movie out of the actual stuff that's going on.
Yeah.
And we're gonna see this guy kind of lose it over the course of the game, and it's really funny.
I wish we could see the film.
I don't know how you would like edit together a coherent movie from this, honestly, but that's why this guy's a professional and I'm not, I guess.
Yeah, especially with all the different people involved.
Yeah, if it was like one person or you brought like all of them together, then it's like, yeah, I could see it. But yeah, multiple people, it's just that sounds like a mess waiting to happen.
Yeah, there's actually no point at all in this game where all 4 of the playable characters are in the same place at the same time. Like in post game, they're hanging out in the same room so you can switch characters, but in the actual main story and in the sub stories, it never happens.
Yeah,
The closest you get is at the very end when you have Kiryu, Akiyama, and Ryuji, but Majima's off, you know.
Yeah, he's wandered off by then.
This part is a little annoying. We basically just have to wait until the director says there's enough zombies near the car, and then use a heat snipe to blow up the car. So you don't want to get hit because you want to make sure we have heat. Oh.
Then a zombie hits you 2 seconds after.
Any day now, if the director can tell me. Well, see, now I think they're a little far away from the car. And there's a chance it might fail. Nice. I think this actually happened on my PB.
Yeah, the heat snipe is a mechanic that you're not going to see a lot in the speedrun because it is slow. And it is kind of what happened when the devs tried to take their usual punching people mechanics and kind of transfer that over to shooting things. So a heat snipe will, which is the equivalent to, you know, a heat move in mainline games, it will blow something up, but you have to do a QTE first, so it is slower than just doing a heat move, and it's just, it kind of breaks your entire rhythm. And there are, like this, there are a few places where it's scripted into the story, but it's not faster under any other circumstances.
Do you have to get specifically 10? Because I think there may be one guy who's a bit far.
I think we got it, yeah.
Nope.
That's the thing is, usually, that was actually like insanely bad luck before that we failed, because majority of the time it'll say when you first do the heat snipe that you only killed 2, and then it, like after it lands, then you got all 10. And that was just like super bad luck.
Yeah, most of the damage for that specific heat snipe is actually when the car lands. and explodes.
The game always knows when you're doing a marathon.
Also, I didn't even know you could fail it that way because anytime I failed it, it's always because I either shot a zombie or I just didn't even do the B because I don't reason.
Oh, yeah.
You just didn't feel like hitting square that day.
Oh, he's sassy.
Just going all over the place.
Majima's dodge animation is so extra. Like, nobody else in this game does cartwheels.
Oh yeah, I love that he does that.
I wish they all did though, because my favorite thing is that since you can do a cartwheel, he's always facing the same direction again when you start aiming. Because you can basically, like, strafe cartwheel. There should be a sub-story where he teaches all of them to do it.
I have trouble imagining Ryuji doing a cartwheel.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Yeah.
I think Akiyama would be fine. Kiryu could probably get it. Ryuji,
Yeah.
there's no hope for that man.
I mean, Akiyama in 4, he has that very kind of agility, kicking-based fighting style, so a cartwheel would suit him pretty well.
I forgot the zombies can do. Did you see the zombie on the floor? He had his forehead still to the floor, but he was scooting forward.
He's doing his
Okay.
best.
I love when they just like run in place. Or there was that one time I was in Ryuji's chapter 1 and I was like going towards that tank and there's like a sign on the ground and a zombie was just spinning on it.
Yeah. Yeah, I've not had that with an enemy. I've had it happen to me. Which apparently, if that happens, the controls are backwards? I don't know.
I mean, the game Stray does that on purpose, but somehow I don't think this one is. I think it's Stray, right? Where if you like get your head stuck in a paper bag, the controls reverse until you get it off.
That sounds about
That
right.
sounds right.
that was nice and quick.
Oh yeah, one thing about this guy, so most of the partners in this game are actually pretty decent. This guy, however, is by far the worst one because he has a rifle, but he doesn't snipe with it, he uses it like a shotgun, and all the partners only fire like once every, I don't know, like 10 seconds. So any of the partners that wield like shotguns or even like, I guess like Date with the machine guns are fine, but yeah, this guy just does literally nothing.
Yeah, and then most of the partners, like, you'll hear them take 1 or 2 shots and then they reload every time.
Yeah, yeah. I think, I guess at least for Odyssey, his reload animation's fast since it's pistols, but yeah, he does, like, he'll just, like, 2 shots and then he reloads. I'm like, what? Why?
And Akiyama does it too later on when he's your partner instead of the playable character. And it's like, dude, we upgraded your pistol to have like a 50 ammo capacity. Why are you doing this?
Yeah. I always want to go towards Theater Square this way, but like to the right. But you have to go to the left as Majima because that spot is like blocked.
Oh yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of map changes that you really have to remember for this run.
And they don't persist on the map for some godforsaken reason. Like when you're
Yeah.
running around the quarantine zone, the map will like mark off where there are blockages that you can't go down the street. But then that will clear when you leave the quarantine zone, and you have to kind of rediscover them all the next time you go through, and they'll appear back on the map and so forth.
I got at least some alloy there. I got a lot of fatty forks. It's... I mean...
At least it's money.
Yeah.
Do we have enough to upgrade the shotgun?
I think we should have at least the 4. And now we're supposed to wait for a phone call, but luckily, in Majima's part, the waits are pretty short. So I'm just gonna have to stand and look at this guy for a few seconds. Oh my god, getting stuck in the door. This guy got bit, so he's like, oh, I'm gonna probably turn soon, but I have a kid out there.
Yeah, he wants to leave, like, a message for his kid. So what we're going to end up doing is we're going to go find the movie director guy and have him tape a message from this guy.
I love how they say it's the movie guys. That's how I refer to them in my notes for this run.
I love how this is apparently the easier solution than finding a pen and a piece of paper.
Like, really, nobody has a pen? Rar. Majima's holding nothing, looking at the picture. They didn't even like make an asset for the photo. So now we come here and that same guy, well, the kid shows up, but then the guy who's now a zombie shows back up. And for some reason he has like a super high amount of HP. So I'm about to have to shoot him like a ton.
With his kid watching.
Yeah. It's unfortunate that he got pushed into the corner with his head facing the wall because we're not really able to get some headshots there. Okay, so now we're gonna finally go to the gambling hall because we're gonna need some materials for some upgrades. I need to make sure we're good on money, because I think we're gonna have to spend about 100,000, but we need to make sure we're keeping that 200,000 for the sub-story Majima needs that for. And this is why we wanted to pile up as much money as we could up until this point. Okay, we're good.
Yeah, it always feels bad if you get here and you find out you don't have enough money.
Demon Stone. There we go. Almost did the opposite that we needed. That would have been bad. Yeah, the Demon Stone we need for Ryuji's upgrade. You're joking. I only have... Okay. I only have 2 elastic.
Oh,
would-
no.
Oh wait, there's 2 more. Okay.
I was gonna say, I was like, I'm pretty sure you have at least 3, if not the full 4.
The menu does that weird thing.
Yeah, it like separates the menu that's like it separates the stuff that's in your box versus what's in your menu. So all the stuff that's like in your like actual on you inventory is like at the bottom, and it's I don't know.
Do I have to upgrade the thing?
I did find that helpful, like, if you're keeping an exact amount of something in your inventory for an upgrade and then you pick up more of it, like, it was easier for me to keep track of, you know, how much of it I could sell. So it was handy for that.
Yeah. I think most of the time it's fine. It's just I feel like for all sub stories and like Amon percent, it's so long that
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, so you saw me, I had to go to the menu to get the weapon skill because I had forgotten that you need that. I think I'm missing it from my notes, but that's fine. But now we're just finishing the chapter we're on to go into chapter 3.
I'm sorry, life's faded. I promised she went to a good home.
Kamiyama will treat her with care. Alongside the other ones.
they'll be treated like queens.
But yeah, now that we got the upgrade for Majima's shotgun, it has like a much bigger clip and also shoots faster, which is really nice.
Now we get to run around Kamurocho Hills, which we never get to see the inside of in any other games, even though, like, as a plot point, this building is important in a bunch of games. But you never get to, like, run around inside it, which is a shame.
Yeah, I always thought that was a little weird. Yeah, here it's super important we don't continue the story while we're here talking to Daigo. Because he has a sub-story. We're gonna automatically talk to him, and I just have to make sure to say, like, that we're not ready yet, basically. Not yet. Come talk to this guy.
せやな。そうだ。
So this is a sub-story of all time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, but we are doing the thing again where we take, like, horror movie cliches very seriously, and, like, the thing about zombies targeting couples that are fooling around, like, Majima has a very serious plan that he wants to go, like, find a couple to make out, and that will, like, lure out all the zombies in the building and they can kill all of them at once. But understandably, he went around and asked all the civilian couples they have stashed here, and they all think this is ridiculous. So now Daigo is pretending to be his girlfriend so that zombies will show up. And the building is still going to be full of zombies when we leave in the main story, so I don't even know what this accomplishes, ultimately.
Good fan service hour, that's what.
So now we can just continue the chapter. Yeah, that part we only had to kill the zombies in that one area, so I went past to, like, this area. Yeah, you notice I might have, like, I stayed behind a little to make sure we killed all the zombies, because it really sucks when, you get to the very end there and there's someone all the way on the other side that you missed.
Yeah, because then you have to go back and check, like, every corner just to find them.
Yeah, and the first floor of Camarocho Hills especially, it's got, you know, a lot of stuff around, and there's a lot of places for zombies to be hiding.
Yeah.
You can really easily, like, do a couple laps just trying to spot one guy who's still alive in there.
Yeah. And it's all somehow Daigo's fault. Yeah, and that part is interesting because, like, you can very easily, like, destroy the barrier yourself, basically, if you weren't careful, and fail the mission. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, the barrier also takes a little bit of damage if you are standing too close to it when you shoot a zombie.
It also somehow takes damage if you're too far away. I
did not know that one.
Yeah, if you walk down the stairs too far, even if there's no zombies hitting it, it just takes damage somehow. We just don't know. Yeah, and you could hear the music there for a second. I'm assuming... Hopefully, Daigo won't hit any of the aggros, but, you know...
Yeah, he usually does.
If you're really unlucky, he can actually trigger every single one in this section.
Yeah.
And then proceed to do nothing about it while they all drop kick you in the back of your head.
Yeah, that's the great thing is when your partner triggers these guys, they will all come at you.
Yeah, like they'll knock them down, they'll knock your partner down, and then they'll fight you instead. But it wasn't me.
Yeah, this one.
Sounds like it's going after Daigo or something else.
Yeah, it's really RNG, but the best case scenario if he triggers one is if he gets stuck somewhere, like further back, and then it just keeps kicking him instead. And then you can just like keep an eye on his health and just heal him if you need to. Because if once he dies, then it'll sprint all the way down the hall to you. Because of course.
I don't think you actually fail the story segment if he dies.
No.
Like, that's fine.
The only one I know of that you fail is basically in Ryuji's part, the very first one, the tutorial one. If one of those guys dies, game over.
Yeah, I don't know why that is in that one
I
particular
don't know
part.
either.
Okay, so now we have to go to the casino down here.
We should also mention at this point that Majima has been bitten by a zombie. He was bitten in a cutscene in the last chapter, which is about to become relevant for sub-story reasons.
Instead of getting rid of items, I just like unlocked more inventory.
Yeah, it's actually really slow to manually delete things from the inventory.
Yeah. And we're eventually gonna need more inventory anyway, so might as well do it while we can. Yeah, this is the sub-story where you need to have 200k on your person. So now it looks like we only have 36, but we'll get it back and we'll also get a platinum plate after this sub-story is done.
Because that guy was selling apparently a zombie cure serum, which obviously Majima wants very badly right now, and he spent 200,000 yen for it and immediately ran into this other guy who's like, hey, that's a fake soldier and a fake victim. They're scamming for money. There's no zombie serum, so.
Yeah.
An extremely petty thing that drives me nuts about this tunnel is that, which we have 9.5 hours, you can't stop me talking about this, but this tunnel runs from Purgatory to Children's Park, which is due west, like directly west of Purgatory, but it is, on the map, it is going like down, like at a very steep angle, it's going down to the southwest.
Wasn't there a game that actually explained? Because no said in chat, well, West Park is in the east, so explain
No,
that.
I'm sorry, I did get my tunnels mixed up. Camarocho, but the Camarocho Hills exit is still like on a direct east-west line with Purgatory and Children's Park, so the tunnel should still not be angled like that.
But yeah, to explain for Nono's question, I don't remember which game it is, but someone explains that it's called West Park because when they were naming it, the person had the map of the city upside down. So they thought it was west, when in reality, if you look at the map correctly, it's like, oh, actually, it's east. And then they just decided, nah, we don't need to fix that, leave it alone.
I thought you said Weast.
East. I think it is one of the PS3 ones that explains it, yeah. If it's not one of the PS3 ones, it'd have to be, I think, 2. Apparently, yes, the 3, okay.
Got confused for just a second there.
It's so easy to get turned around in this game.
Yeah. Yeah, we come down here and leave the quarantine zone because there's another gate over here. And we should receive another phone call. And luckily, Kine is right here, so we can talk to him to get Subterranea started. think I used a screenshot of him saying that to post about this run.
You did.
Yeah.
You reek of psycho. It's just always ironic, Majima saying that.
Yeah.
Oh, now I actually would like to double check where we're at with heals, because if I don't have any, I might have to... Okay, I have that one good one. I think we're good. Because the first Subterranea for Majima is 10 floors, so I think the one heal should be fine. And we're back here.
Like we never left.
These floors are the worst, where it stops and makes you kill all the zombies.
But these rooms are huge.
Actually, hold on.
Are spawns capped in these rooms, or do they just keep falling out of the ceiling until you hit a point where 0 zombies are alive?
I think there's a set amount, but I don't know what the amount is.
We killed over 60. Now the zombies are starting to hold, like, planks. The one thing I don't think we might have is a battery. So yeah, I think we should be okay with the battery because it's only 10 floors. And see, sometimes you go into one of these huge rooms, but it doesn't tell you, like, to kill all the zombies. You just can walk through. Always good to lift up the camera sometimes to make sure, like, you're headed toward the exit instead of just assuming. Alright, just a couple more floors.
Yeah, this one is a 10 floor chunk.
I think I would have minded this less if they just let us do it all at once.
Yeah.
Like, it feels annoying to have to, like, do one part, go back, and then come back again.
You want to do 120 floors of this without checkpoints?
Oh no, I meant, like, for each character.
Okay.
Or how you have to go twice.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
like...
yeah.
Wait, Kiryu also go twice, or is he just
No.
once?
Kiryu has 130 chunk.
Yeah.
Well, technically he goes twice, but the second time's just to fight Amon, so it's not
Yeah.
really...
Yeah.
Because thankfully when you go to fight him, you just go.
Yeah, that time it just skips you directly down to floor 30.
Just like, gee, you couldn't have done this before.
It was a particularly bad floor.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, if you actually had it so you could do all of them at the same time, pretty sure it's Ryuji, 25 and 15 would be, like, the worst one, because everyone else does actually have 30 floors or less.
last one. For now.
Yeah.
Super tough boss room here.
It's not too bad, sub 9. We have to make sure to talk to Kine again. We have to go over to Kamiyama's truck. We just made the bloody binding, which is really going to be useful, mostly for bosses. Because we still need the sprint shirt to walk around quickly, but the bloody binding will give us a big damage buff. At the cost of, like, negative defense, but on easy it's really not super noticeable. Let me go back to this gate that we were using earlier. And then back.
Yeah, so if you miss... Oh, go
Oh,
ahead.
I was just gonna say back to one of my favorite things we get to do.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you miss chase segments, got another one.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Majima has the most, which is like, thanks game.
He's trolling. Slightly made up for it. Oh my god. The problem is it'll look like you're close enough, but somehow you're not. You have to be like really right on top of them to tackle. We get to do another chase. That was like really good start there. Yeah, that was actually super good. I'll probably never get that again.
Nice.
Kind of unfortunate he like skipped out of that little spot right on the last hit.
Yeah.
Yeah, because of stuff like that, it's like it is possible to just like end these insanely quickly. But we're at the mercy of the game cooperating.
At this point, we need to go back to the gate where, like near where Kine is at on Pink Street. And I actually timed, I don't know if it was accurate because I only tested it once, but it seemed to take about the same amount of time taxiing versus just walking. And that was a text message we're gonna have to look at when we go do one of the last sub-stories. Oops. There we go. So now we have to go through 20 floors.
You look so enthused about it.
I mean, I know I am.
Chat, our group chat for this run was called Subterranea Fan Club.
It's true, I'm a fan.
I see the exit all the way down there.
Yeah, well, having to like clear the zombies out of that big room isn't very nice. It is nice when you do get that room and it's not one of those, because you pretty much always know where the exit to that room is.
Yeah, it's like usually diagonally across, kind of.
Yeah.
The rooms I really hate down here are like the big ones that are long and narrow with pillars in them, so you get the crap visibility, but you also have less room to juke around things.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then when they put like only Molotov zombies in those.
Yeah, it really kind of funnels you into them, and it sucks.
No. The thing that really sucks about the aggro is that it does this like 3-hit combo all the time, and usually if you get hit by the first one, you get stun locked. My frames.
The other nice thing about this room is, usually if you see one of these rooms, the exit's gonna be on the other side. I don't think I've ever had that room show up and the exit not be, like, if it's not right on the other side, it's at least that direction.
Yeah.
It's like they really want you to go through those for some reason.
You may notice, chat, these subterranea ostensibly have merchants in them, and this is floor 39 that we have done total, and we have not seen a single merchant so far.
Yeah, one cool thing about the merchants, if you do manage to find one, is they sell bloody cloth. So if you, for some reason, couldn't, like, I guess afford to get the bloody cloth for the bloody binding, you'd have to get really lucky to have a merchant to be able to buy from, but it's not reliable at all, so I try to, that's why another reason we have like a ton of money early to get it all.
I like how it starts with his, like, music like he's aggroed on you, but he's not. He's just chilling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That sucks.
Was it, like, actually back at the beginning?
Yeah. Yeah.
Part of me wonders if they, like, even really play tested this part at all.
Yeah.
Because I can't imagine someone being like, yeah, I love this.
I love just running around in this dungeon that looks the same every floor.
With how the quarantine zone goes at times, that too would make you wonder the same thing. This just kind of makes it worse.
Yeah.
We're almost there.
Thank God.
More floors, so it could be free for just a little bit after.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I take out the handgun for the barricades because it's a little faster to shoot.
Oh boy, the Molotov zombie room.
Just what we always wanted.
Just 2 giant rooms. Last one.
Almost free for now. He looks about how we feel.
Yeah.
Yeah, Majima's hearing disembodied voices talking to him down there, but that's probably fine, and he's not gonna worry about it anymore.
I had to read the text because if you don't read it, then you can't proceed that one sub-story it relates to.
Yeah, made it out of 20. Unfortunately, there's still more to go. Just thankfully a good break between them.
Yeah. Yeah, we have to talk to Kine to make sure it counts that we did Subterranea. There's the text that we finished Subterranea for him.
Yeah, that's one nice thing is it's not nice when you're doing New Game Plus run, but for this, it's nice when you get the text because it's pretty much just confirmation that you've done the thing you needed to do and you can move on now.
Yeah, so you don't have to like do some extra menuing to check the
Yeah, because you get one
completion.
for the Subterranea and then you get another one for their sub-stories.
Yeah.
And there's lots of other ones too, but obviously we don't get any of those.
This is the office of a smaller family that's like under the Majima family, and they had this really important business deal going through with these Chinese guys, which of course has been ruined by the zombie apocalypse happening. And Majima and this guy who works for him, they're trying to fool the Chinese into thinking his boss is not yet a zombie and can totally carry on business transactions, and it has not worked very well.
Yeah.
But God knows they tried.
Yeah, that was actually the last sub-story, so we just have to leave back to the safe zone so we can finish Majima's part here.
And we're just doing Majima's final boss fight now with this thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we have the bloody binding, so it won't take very long. And not only do we have the bloody binding, but we also have the upgraded chakra for Majima.
Also get to see one of the QTEs of all time.
Yeah, but I think I haven't done any crash rule, like, you know, safety restarting for crashes, so I think at this point I'll go ahead and quickly do that before we start Ryuji's part. Because we've been really lucky so far not to have any crashes. But I'll just have to skip some more cutscenes and then we can do a quick save and just restart the game. And for whatever reason, that kind of helps prevent crashing. And then I just will quit and go right back in.
Yeah, Dead Souls was already, you know, a very well-made game. But then, so we actually pretty much, most of the runners who run this game have SSDs in their PS3s, so which actually helps a lot for this game. We're running the digital version from the PSN store, and that mixed with a SSD allows the game to run like 30 minutes faster, which is insane.
Yeah.
Like that's just over any percent. Which is about you know, anywhere like between 2 hours and 40 minutes or so.
Yeah, and then I also saved like another 3 minutes just switching to super slim. Yeah, I know a lot of us are become superstitious from running this game. So I was like, I don't know if I should even mention, oh, we've been pretty lucky not getting crashes. I actually haven't had many crashes at all in recent running of this game, but you know, you say that out loud and then the game's like, oh, okay. Like, you wanted to crash.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh, Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, it seems like a thing, not even with Dead Souls, but like most games, where it's just you say or think something might happen, and then you jinx yourself, and the thing happens. So just no, we've been lucky with the crashes. It's not really crash, right? And then just voila.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the other odd thing with this game is you would think that it being open longer is worse, but this, for some reason, Dead Souls is actually more stable for like all sub-stories runs versus like any percent or pretty much any of the shorter categories where, I don't know, it's almost like the game's like, no, you're going way too fast.
Yeah, I've gotten, like, usually more crashing from New Game Plus running.
Because, like, people playing this casually probably don't even know about half of these things, or, like, crash-wise. Because, when I played this casually, I had never had a crash. I didn't even know about it until I started speedrunning.
I think I had one crash playing casually, but it crashed on a loaded screen. So it's not like the standard runs.
Oh yeah, I think that happened to me once too, but it never crashed during gameplay. And I was definitely like, the Alpha story runs 6 hours long, and I was definitely a couple times playing for more than that at a time, so.
This room has a bunch of, I don't know what you would want to call them, super zombies. That they just look like normal zombies, but they take, like, I don't know, like 5 zombies worth of health to get through.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
And the room is just filled with them, so it's not even like it's just one, it's like almost all of them. But yeah, for some reason too, this first chapter for Ryuji is very, very long.
Yeah, what is it, like, I think it's over 20 minutes.
Yeah. And there's also quite a few parts too where it's like, if you mess up and you have to restart from a checkpoint, the checkpoints are just like not super great. And then like there's like one save point which will come up on soonish, and that's it. I think there's a save point in like where Ibuki is, but yeah, it's like once you leave there, you can't go back in and save. So yeah, it's just an interesting part. I don't really know why it's like this, but yeah, there's a lot that you have to do in like one sitting. Oh, okay. They got nukes today. So yeah, there's 2 crybabies here. We usually try to run them over with the bulldozer, but sometimes they just don't cooperate. But you want to take them out as soon as possible. because they will just keep summoning zombies. And Ryuji has a slight ammo problem in his beginning part.
Yeah.
So yeah, we don't want to just be shooting zombies for days. God, they're so many. They actually were shooting him when he grabbed you though.
Yeah, the monkey boys are annoying because sometimes like it feels like you're mashing X to get out forever.
The monkey boys are super dangerous to your companions too, because NPCs don't know how to get out of grabs, and it takes a lot of ammo to take a monkey boy off of one of them once they get grabbed.
Yeah, and I don't know how the game handles it, because it's weird, because if if they get grabbed and you just like don't intervene, at some point they do get free, but I don't know why. It's almost like the game is just like, oh, okay, I guess it's been long enough now. So yeah, our great idea here, or Ryuji's great idea rather, is he wants to get out of the quarantine zone, so he's gonna use this tank to blow up the main gate that's protecting the citizens of Konocho from the zombie-infected portion, because that's a great idea. But there's no ammo in it somehow, so we have to go get it. But you kind of can't blame him either, because that's actually something that comes up a lot in this part, is just that, like, there's a lot of people left in the quarantine zone, and they've just been, like, basically left for dead. So I don't think Ryuji cares very much that he had to blast a hole in the wall to get out. Okay.
Oh my god, my frames.
Those guys, the hermits, are my least favorite mutants because they hit really hard and also they're fast, and I feel like that shouldn't be allowed. I think you should have to pick one.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, they're fast enough that they can absolutely just ambush you and you just get run over by a truck out of the wood.
Yeah, they can just bonk you. Also, yeah, these two guys here, if one of them dies, you will game over here. Why? I have no idea. Because I'm not aware of any other part where that occurs. On this difficulty, it's not really an issue. On Dead Souls difficulty, it's very much an issue.
Yeah.
Thankfully, also this is one of those times where we just have to go see them and say hi, and then we can just leave. And then, what do you know, we successfully escorted them somehow, even though we abandoned them.
Yeah, all these next parts, we're gonna have to escort more NPCs, and they actually have to make it to the door.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that light pole there, they actually have to, like, pass that. There's another light pole on the other side. You want them to basically be in between those two. And sometimes they'll stop right on the other side, and you kind of, like, I don't know, it gets annoying because you would have to go back, but sometimes some of them will run out when you're trying to get the one to come in. Usually it's not a problem, but you know. You know the thing. The longer you speedrun the net, well, that's never happened before.
Yeah.
Thankfully, these guys are very good at following you as long as there's no zombies. They are very much not afraid to tango with the zombies. If they see a zombie, they will basically smack them with the pipe until they're dead, and then they'll continue following you. So yeah, for those two, it's very important to basically kill all the zombies in the path on the way back. That way they don't keep stopping to kill them themselves.
Yeah.
This next group is probably the most challenging. There's five people. Two of those are the military dudes that were with us in Theater Square. They're back. The three civilians are fine because they don't have any weapons, so they just follow you. The military guys are the problem because they have a lot of health. So you can't even just like let them die and then they will follow you, because that will just take forever. So pretty much anytime they get grabbed, you have to basically rescue them.
You want to keep a close eye on the mini-map.
I had 1,111 kills. But yeah, like Garlic said, you want to keep a close eye on the minimap, because if you look closely, you can see all five of them. It gets a bit tricky when they're all stacked, but...
Come on, dude.
No.
You can't friendly fire them, by the way. So you can just keep strafing them with a machine gun, it's fine.
Luckily, that group usually runs up to Ryuji, so you just have to take care of the zombies that are behind him. And luckily, that's it for the escorting.
Free, well, for now. Ryuji's free, rather. For the most part.
Forklift time.
Shenmue time.
I think there's
the worst part of the game.
I think there's a lot of viable candidates for that.
Yeah, the funniest thing about this forklift part is that this, as you can see what Garlic's doing, the solution for this is very simple, but I don't know any single person who's done this, you know, without knowing, either knowing about it or being a speedrunner of this game. I'm pretty sure, like, literally everybody has done a way more complicated solution, which usually means that you either pretty much run out of fuel, taking too long to basically solve the puzzle.
I'm pretty sure casually that took like an hour for me to finally just give in and look up like, okay, how do you do this? Because just was trying something way too complicated, but it's like, oh.
Yeah, I just looked it up.
I think I guessed and got lucky. But I also did not do it first try out.
Yeah, I just did it, but I know that whatever I did was way more complicated than just moving two things. I was like too busy playing Judo.
This is actually one of my least favorite parts because I really hate mashing.
Yeah, you have to load the shell and before you can shoot it. Fuel was going down while the lift was doing automatically. Yeah, once you tell pretty much as long as you're in the forklift, even if you're not doing anything, the fuel is going down. So even in the parts where you tell the game to move the crate or to put it here, it's still going down, basically. The only time it doesn't tick down is if you get out of the forklift.
$7.39 is really not bad for that part.
I never even look at the completion time.
I do for some of these segments to get like a idea of how well it went.
Rip that guy.
But say pocket NPC there.
I don't think we, yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think we really need gold plates at this point because we already got the upgrades we need. Other than Ryuji.
I feel like the devs of this game have something against pedestrians. I don't know. Maybe it's some weird power fantasy because there's always a trophy in almost every Yakuza for bowling pedestrians over. You have to bowl over 100 or whatever, and it's okay, I guess. Which sounds simple, right? But in some of the games, in 3, it's actually really difficult to knock the NPCs over. You have to hit them in a very specific way to get them to fall over.
Took an extra second there, making sure I got the stuff out of the item box. We need a light breastplate. This. We need 3 items to give to that guy we just bought a gun for.
What's his name? June?
June, yes. June, yeah. My bad.
Here's Gary.
I think I forgot to get the grenade launcher, but we're still near the item box, so I can get it. These item boxes are annoying because you have to, like, hit the, like, R1 or L1. Yeah, I got the ammo, but not the weapon.
Yeah, I don't know why. It just feels, like, super unintuitive and annoying.
Yeah. It's funny being up this early because I just saw on my phone, like, the nightlight turned off.
Anyway, this guy doesn't do anything when he's in combat with you because his whole deal is kind of that he's a coward and he's trying to come into the quarantine zone and rescue one of his friends, but every time he comes in, he, like, panics and hides and won't shoot anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't think he does until, like, the last one, basically.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah.
Which is extremely relatable and valid, like, character-wise, but extremely annoying gameplay-wise.
Yeah.
Because you're, like, buying him all this stuff, and then every time you go in with him, he just hovers around and does nothing.
But I spent all this money.
love that at both times the zombie approached him, just put his hands up like, no, don't.
What we call an arc.
He did something.
We're all very proud of him.
So yeah, if you're not familiar with this game, Ryuji is a takoyaki chef in training, basically, in this game. Which is where this takoyaki pan comes into play.
Yeah.
That was weird. That was super
What?
delayed. Like, the... What? Like, the hermit died and, like, made the sound, and then the game was, like... It looked like it just decided to catch up with the animation of, like, oh yeah, he died, I guess.
That was on me. I was like going to look at my note for a second.
Yeah, Ryuji's part you kind of have to be careful because there's like 3 sub-stories around here that are like all very close to one another. For this one you're okay because pretty much there was a dialogue option that Garlic got a little bit back, and you have to basically say like yes to it to even progress. But yeah, a little bit later on there's a few that are like right near each other, and you basically want one over the other first and then do another one later, but you can accidentally trigger basically either one if you're not careful. But yeah, that one's kind of wholesome because Ryuji basically, they're hungry and he makes them takoyaki.
Yeah.
So, this one's annoying because of the chase, but I actually love this sub-story because it's so stupid. So basically, they're the restaurant owner and like a manager kind of thing, and their sign for for the restaurant got stolen by a zombie, and the zombie is literally stuck in the sign. Yeah, there he goes. Then you have to get it back, basically. Nice. I also think this is funny because we're like literally smacking into him to stop him while he's wearing the sign, so I'm surprised we don't just destroy the sign.
It's not Dragon Engine, so I guess that's
true. Doesn't disintegrate by you looking at it.
Yeah, exactly.
Come on, dude. Oh my god. And the rubber banding is crazy.
Yeah, if they get behind just a little bit, the game like super speeds them up to get by you. Oh, wow, the dodge.
Why?
So good to see that shooting just sends them flying, but it doesn't even damage them.
Yeah, I guess they just wanted you to use it to stop them, but then it's like you can't barely even hit them after they're stopped, so thanks game, I guess. Nice. No, why are you guys so mean?
For doing,
we
like,
really love running around in this circle, okay?
I know, I'm like, this is like 4 laps at this point. This is terrible.
Extremely.
Oh my god. Okay.
Yeah, see, the sign's perfectly fine. It just landed beside him. Somehow, when you tackle him the last time, the sign just magically flies off in perfect shape.
So what have we done? Like 4 chases now, and one of them was good.
Yeah. And there's, what, one more?
I think there is one. I think just Kiryu have one.
Yeah. Around the same loop, actually.
Yeah.
How's the run overall going? I think it's going pretty well. How do you feel, Garlic?
I feel like it's going pretty good. I'm not, to be honest, not paying attention much to, like, the, you know, timer, because I'm just watching the game on my, like, left screen. But sometimes in a marathon, that kind of helps to do that. I got lost in my note again. Okay.
Yeah, this run requires a lot of notes. And it's really hard. I know for me it's very hard to keep it all straight and then to make it easily like digestible just by like looking at it quickly.
Yeah, like mine are pretty detailed, but I try to keep it like bullet points, but it can get easy to get lost in there.
But yeah, I think we're like officially halfway now.
Yeah, it should be about half now.
Can't believe it's been 5 hours. Well, we got 20 minutes, but
The guys aren't they supposed to be here?
yes.
That's not Very good.
Why are they? Why is the hermit?
Hmm. I know what happened. I know what happened. And we're unfortunately about to lose a little bit of time, but I think we can fix it. I have to leave. I didn't talk to the movie guys.
Yeah, that's another thing with this game is there are times where the game forces you out of the quarantine zone after a sub-story, and then there's other times where it doesn't, and you kind of have to manage all of that in your head too. But yeah, there's two guys. It's the two movie guys. Ryuji has to talk to them on Nakamichi Street before he can see them in here. I think actually, I'm assuming that's just any percent brain. Because
Yeah,
I think we ran just down the side.
Yeah, I went and I remembered we already talked to Hasegawa, which is why I didn't go into the cafe.
Right, yeah.
But I didn't remember to go talk to them in the middle of the street.
Yeah, because in any percent we avoid this. We do everything in our power to not talk to these guys. But yeah, unfortunately, until you talk to them out here, they won't be in the quarantine zone. And that's another thing too. There's quite a few sub-stories that have to be started out here, and then they're like finished in the quarantine zone.
Yeah.
And then there's ones that are like, start out here, you go in the quarantine zone, and then you have to come back out here to finish.
And this one, at least, you are out here, like, doing something that progresses the story, whereas there are some things where you literally just have to leave the quarantine zone to trigger getting a text or something, and then you immediately go back in.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that was an unfortunate detour, but they should be where they...
Oh yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say they should be where we were looking before.
There's a part in Kiryu's chapter where, like, you need to see one of the specific, basically the sub-story guys, and you, like, run all the way down. You have to run past a certain point, and then you can run back, and suddenly they disappear there, and it's just like, okay, game.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of the, what, Crimson Shield dudes or whatever. I just love it, because it's like, I just ran by here. But yeah, that's why Garlic's sticking to the left there, because there's like two sub-stories over there, but I think one of them we can't do yet, because you have to talk to the people outside to get the, what, ingredients.
Yeah.
So yeah, Ryuji's gonna have 3 of these movie ones. Thankfully, his are, for the most part, easier. Like, you don't have to worry about failing them. The only one that's gonna be a problem is the very last one, which, it's really not that hard. But you can fail it if you basically kill the enemies before they say to. Yeah, and thankfully their next one is in this manhole here, so we don't have to leave or anything, we just can come down here. And they're just, you know, casually standing here beside two enemies, it's fine.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering why, I guess the special infected don't really care about these guys.
So yeah, for this last part, the director basically says that he wants a lady, and then what do you know, a famous actress is suddenly outside, just standing on top of the tank. Yeah, this part's kind of crappy though, because they basically, yeah, they're basically just like, well, we won't help you until you agree to be in our movie for free, basically. But yeah, you can, so there's these three meatheads, you can kill the first two, and you can actually get this one, the last one's health down pretty much all the way, except like one hit. You just have to make sure to not kill him.
Yeah, just to be safe, I'll keep a little extra health. You never know if he'll take random damage from something else. I think when I was first learning all sub-stories, I made that mistake because I forgot that you have to leave one of them alive.
Oh, yeah. eventually we're going to... It's kind of out of the way, but this is for Junyun's basically like final sub-story. Honestly, it's kind of amazing that anyone does all of these sub-stories casually, because like, why... I mean, I think he does say to come over here, but it's so out of the way that I could see you just like not either finding it or realizing where it is, or... It's so rude that they put him on the other side of the barricade that you have to shoot to get by.
Yeah, I pretty much always hit him.
Yeah, I think there's only been one time where I didn't hit him, and that was just because for some reason he was like in the middle of the bridge. I don't know why. But yeah, usually you just hit him and just deal with the consequences.
You also, I did a bunch, when I played this casually, I did some like XP grinding in that sewer, so I ran back and forth that way a lot. And if you get, you know, the right angle, because there's a 90-degree turn in the bridge there, you can kill the aggro before you destroy the barricade. And then he is not your problem anymore until you come back the other way 5 minutes later and he respawns.
Yeah, so now we have to go towards Mock Bowl. I actually have it in my note for some reason to go through Theater Square, but you don't have to. I think it's faster to go this way.
This isn't real Subterranea progress, this is fake Subterranea. This is a scripted level for a sub-story thing.
Yeah.
The sub-story is also pretty good. Because we come down here basically for a paper fan.
I still wish this could be a real, like, weapon we could just keep.
Yeah, same. Yeah, because there's suddenly a gas leak, so now you can't use your weapon because it would cause an explosion. So now we have to use a paper fan instead. That's actually insanely OP. Because reasons. But sadly, yeah, we don't even get it as like a silly unlock or anything. Yeah, this is actually one of the times where you do have to escort them back. And the hermits make that very annoying because they will follow you to the ends of the earth.
Dude, you coming? Aiming isn't the easiest.
Nice.
I never understood why that crybaby is over there in that alley. Because, like, she does not affect your life whatsoever. Like, she can stand over in that little cul-de-sac all day long, like, summoning more zombies, but you never have to go down that way for any reason, and none of those zombies ever come out into the street, so you can just leave her there to do her thing forever.
Yeah, and the only time where, like, you can even go through there is as Kiryu, and, like, you can go, basically you can cut through way before that, so it's like, you don't even need to go through there. I think, though, I don't know, I guess depending on how you wanted to route it, when you were leaving the one cabaret club, I guess you could run through there to go up, but... yeah, like you said, I don't really know why she's there either. The only thing I can think of is to give the player an opportunity to get crybaby barrettes if they need them.
Maybe.
But yeah, other than that, I really don't know. I don't even remember what you do with those.
I'm sure it's for one of the weapons or gear. I can't remember which.
And we're about to do another string of sub-stories with that woman, but the only thing you actually need to know is Ryuji hasn't called his sister in 5 years for no reason, and he should really get up and do that.
She's fine.
I have one zombie legitimately just like walked through the wall.
He's the zombie ghost.
Yeah, I thought I saw a zombie like spawn out of the middle of a wall a few minutes ago, and I didn't say anything because I was like, surely I'm mistaken, and that didn't happen.
So this guy, I'm pretty sure, was the same guy that was just talking, like, standing outside Club Sega, and now he's there too. Oops. Oh well. I don't think it matters which dialogue you pick. No, I forgot.
That
I
guy was
think
a
it's-
jerk anyway. It's fine if you forgot who he is.
Yeah, I think if anything, it's slower just because instead of just going to what he was gonna tell you, he's just like, what? You don't know who I am?
Yeah.
But yeah, that doesn't, like, break the sub-story or anything. That'd be funny if he hangs up and you have to wait for him to call back. Like, fine, I'll talk to you again when you remember who I am.
Then just get into an infinite loop of, actually, I don't remember who you were. Sorry, dude.
This is like very much a lot of back and forth because we had to talk to the guy outside of Le Marche, then past the karaoke place, talk to that lady, come back, talk to that girl I just talked to, and now back to this guy. And then we can finally go in the quarantine zone. At this point, we just have a few more of his sub-stories left. We get to do pretty much all of Ryuji's sub-stories in just chapter 2. unlike some of the other characters.
And then chapters 3 and 4 are pretty short, main story-wise.
Yeah, it's basically just like a boss rush.
Oh my god, this menu. That one guy was still alive. I feel like that happens sometimes where you didn't actually kill them all, one of them is still alive, and they're like, that's fine.
Yeah, I don't know. The game can be oddly lenient or strict on its own requirements.
Yeah. Well, now that one guy from the restaurant has been taking a nap on the ground, we finally get to talk to him.
Yeah, he's fine.
It just amuses me. Just leave him there for like forever and finally like, oh, actually, yeah. Hey, how you doing, dude?
Alright. Another bad grenade. But this one, we unfortunately have to go all the way across the city to Hotel District.
Yeah, and we'll have to do it again as Kiryu later.
The one good thing is it's another one of those cases where it doesn't matter how close the guy is to you.
Is he even following you at this point?
Honestly, I'm not sure.
He is, maybe.
It'd be funny if he got stuck like all the way at the beginning. Oh my god. I love those faces. We got one more sub-story.
Yeah, just casually face through people. It's normal for this series. It's fine. Don't worry about it. So I was about to point out, I find it funny that one of the two guys in the previous section was like able to follow for like halfway, and just then seeing Ryuji face through that lady just threw off my train of thought.
I feel like I'm just not surprised by things anymore because I've been running this for so long now. I'm just like, oh, okay, you know? That's normal.
I feel like I'm still in that phase of don't usually let it like distract me, but it's still just at least will be like, oh, okay. At least like laugh at it.
No, I always laugh at it. I can't not laugh at it.
I choose to believe that's just literally what happened in the game. Like that woman's gonna be confused for days.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite things in Yakuza in general is when just NPCs just phase out into nothing. They just get sent to the Shadow Realm.
That was one of those like sneaky corners where I tried to slip through because it looks like you can clearly fit through. But no, of course not.
Yeah, there's a lot of so there's actually a point it's in Majima's chapter where he can go between the building and a pole in one part, and then Kiryu, when he goes there, he cannot do that. Like suddenly you're just not allowed to go through it anymore. There's not really a reason for you to, but there you go. But like nothing changed about it. It wasn't like it was covered up or anything. The game's just like, no. How dare you?
See, at this point, Ryuji is done with sub-stories.
Yeah.
Now we have to do Subterranea.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say no.
Yeah,
And we have to fight Pops.
You know what I don't recommend doing is I mentioned before that during this chapter I had to do a bunch of XP grinding in the sewers, and what I don't recommend is doing that and all of Ryuji's Subterranea and then the chapter 3-4 boss rush all back to back, because that is like a lot of continuous just shooting.
Yeah.
And I got my hands cramped up so badly. I was like, please God, let me do anything but shoot things.
Spin, you said you're on the alternative, like type B control?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I can see that.
Because for chat, the type B control scheme in this game is worse for speed. It's not what Garlic is using, but it's more similar to the control scheme in the other Yakuza games, and I was like, I don't want to mess up my muscle memory for the other games, so that was the one I went with. And it is kind of weird.
Yeah, I would
never
still
even occurred to me.
I would still recommend, like, if people are used to the other games already and want to check this out, they might find Type B a little easier to work with. Oh, of course.
alarm just went off. I'm supposed to be getting up for work right now.
Yeah, this part can actually be rather difficult to navigate, just because, like, I don't know what it is, but when Ryuji walks on certain angles on that, it just turns into like a slip and slide, and he just goes from all the way up to all the way down, and it's just like, okay, I guess.
I just realized I did not get a shotgun, which is not, you know, a huge problem. Kiryu can still do it, but I just realized that.
Just phasing through stuff again.
Everything's a suggestion for Ryuji. I swear, I have no evidence of this, but he also seems to take explosions rather well over all the other characters. I don't know, sometimes, like, there'll be an explosion, you're like, oh, and he's just still standing there. I don't know. He just doesn't care.
Yeah, but the Diptera spit.
Yeah, the Diptera spit though, no.
Tried to pull out the grenade launcher, I don't know if it counted. No, it made the sound.
Oh yeah, that's another thing. I don't know if we talked about, but there's the kill counter too, like when you kill zombies. Usually for specific rooms where you have to clear everything, we know how many zombies are in that room. Like in the previous room, sometimes, I would say most of the time, you miss one zombie because that zombie just sits in the hallway doing God knows what. But yeah, there's 5. So for example, like Garlic shot and there was only 4, so she knows automatically that there's one more left.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the kind of thing I didn't end up putting in my notes. I think there might have been like maybe one room where I did, but over time I just tried to start memorizing those rooms. I was actually trying to pause to put on the bloody binding, but I didn't, so I have to remember to put that on now. For some reason, this boss we're about to do is the one where I always forget to put it on.
So this part goes like really quickly, so basically, this is pops. You need to break 4 tentacles. The game doesn't really care which 4 you break. There's a few little rules, I guess. We break the inside 2 on each side, because those have the lowest amount of health. The only thing you want to keep in mind is once you shoot a tentacle, you want to keep shooting that tentacle until it breaks. Because what happens is, if you were to shoot a tentacle and then switch to another one, the game resets the health of the tentacles each time one breaks. So you'll just waste your time and ammo, basically, if you are switching targets. But yeah, for some reason, the 2 in the middle on each side have the least amount of health. Also, yeah, pops can be a pain.
There we go.
Yeah, and there's all those benches and stuff, and he can just, like, hit the benches, and they'll hit you, and then just everything goes flying, and it's chaos, and yeah. And then for his second phase, he basically keeps going into the ground and popping out. So we use the grenade launcher here. Get one good grenade in. Sometimes if you're lucky, he'll do that twice, and then you can basically do a very quick clear of this phase. Nice.
Oh, come on. Oh,
Oh, wow, okay. Yeah, and you always have to end this fight with this QTE. The game doesn't tell you that. So I'm sure plenty of people were just doing this fight and shooting and are like, okay, he has no health, why is it not ending?
Yeah, that was me. Which, despite having, by the time I played this casually, I had already watched Garlic speedrun it a bunch of times, but that also does, I couldn't really learn from that the heat snipe at the end was like mandatory.
Oh, yeah.
And so I was still very confused.
Yeah, like it could have just been the faster option. Alright, so here normally we would go proceed with the story, but we have to do Subterranea now.
Yay.
Yay.
Back into the depths we go.
So we come this way because he's down by the gate.
Yeah, for some reason, for Kiryu and Ryuji, he's in the same spot. I guess it's just so much of the quarantine zone's been taken up, they were just like, yeah, whatever. Here's fine.
So here, I'm gonna want to check my item, the item box, because I'm gonna need at least one battery. And we have all this extra stuff. And Ryuji's entrance to the Subterranea is like all the way back up in Hotel District area.
Yeah, the interesting thing, I think, for Ryuji is, like, he's not even the final character, but for whatever reason, like, all of his stuff is, like, so annoying to get to.
Yeah, it
like,
is.
For example, if you're doing, like, basically a platinum trophy and you need to talk to all the hostesses, one of his hostesses is at Jewel, and Jewel is all the way in the back, which you have to go the way Garlic's going now. That's the only way to get back there. And then the thing with the hostesses is, like, whenever you talk to them, and you get to so many hearts, you actually have to leave the quarantine zone. So you have to run all the way back down, leave, wait for a phone call, and sometimes even go all the way back in again. You know, it's like, yeah. I don't know. I don't know what went on with planning
I had just now
for
realized.
his thing specifically. Oh, what? Oh, you didn't take the bloody binding off?
Yeah. I was like, why are we going so slow? Duh. I think I should have went down the other street, but it's fine. Because these guys are here. Alright, so this part is 15 floors. That's how I feel too, Ryuji. Yeah, the further we get into the game with Ryuji and then Kiryu, we're gonna start seeing like more and more nasty like Molotov zombies and mutants and stuff.
And it's just getting more and more crowded.
Yeah.
Too. Like, it's getting more difficult even with the normal zombies to dodge through them. And mind the load, the hermits are also worse down here because when you're in a hallway with one like tearing down at you, there's no sideways to dodge to, so you kind of have to tank it.
What the hell? Why does this one have so many?
I'm sorry I mentioned it.
It's like, oops, all hermits.
Ryuji's so wide, you have to like break 3 of those trash cans.
Wide boy. Do you have to do that for Kiryu too, or just Ryuji? I don't remember.
I don't remember for Kiryu. Like, it's definitely at least 2. Like, I was surprised that even Akiyama and Majima need to break 2. Because it looks like they can fit.
Surprising.
Yeah. The sound of the Dipteras flying around.
Jesus.
Oh.
We're like halfway there with this set.
Yay.
Yay. Morning, Mittens.
So I can't walk through, but I can get grabbed. That's funny.
Kaio, this game is non-canon to all the rest of them, but there are a lot of other canon games with ghosts in them. So
It's canon to me.
Same.
oh, it's canon to me too. I should also, if you want to take a really broad view of what is and isn't canon, this game was very originally, this was not going to be a zombie game. This was going to be an alien invasion game, and they wanted to do something based on Independence Day. So when you're calibrating how weird Yakuza games are, you can include that too.
I would have loved to see the alien version though.
Yeah.
I'm still hoping for that one.
One more floor.
And then we do what, 25?
Yeah.
No.
At least we're doing good for flashlight battery.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised. I feel like there's no rhyme or reason to how the battery depletes. And if there is, I don't know what it is.
I wonder if I could find that in Cheat Engine. I don't know. I'd have to ask Ross about that one because I don't even know how you would go about finding it.
Yeah. Because usually for this, you know, category, at least, obviously it's the only one that matters for battery, but I'll try to bring a couple batteries, especially in the later parts, and then I don't end up needing all of them.
Because you also get flashlight upgrades a couple of times. Like, Hine will give you a nicer flashlight where the batteries last longer.
Oh, maybe that's part of it.
When does he give it to you again, though?
I don't remember. The second upgrade is for Kiryu. I don't remember if the first one is Majima or Ryuji.
Yeah, basically at this point we have to go all the way back to where Kina is by the gate. So that's all the way all the way down there on like Showa Street.
Then run all the way back.
Yeah. And then do it again to talk to him again. You can technically bring somebody with you to Subterranea, but it's not super useful for the speedrun.
It is funny to bring Bob with you.
Yeah. Does he have that weird grenade launcher?
Yeah.
Like the
It's
firework?
so bad, but it's just so funny.
Yeah. And he just like blows himself up.
Yep.
That happens with
Look for that in
anyone.
Pokemon. What were you gonna say, Spy?
I was gonna say that happens with anyone you bring down with like a grenade launcher or anything with like big recoil, though, is because it's such a confined space down there, the recoil is worse, and they will knock themselves and you down all the time. Like for maybe Akiyama and maybe Majima in this, I was going in there with like a hostess with a rocket launcher because she was doing a lot of damage and also it was funny, but I was getting knocked down like so much and the getting up is so slow that eventually I did get fed up with it and I was like, I'm just giving her handguns instead, even if it does less damage.
Yeah, I probably the shotgun is like the middle ground.
Yeah. It was very funny though to like hear the boom and hear her yell and like see her little thing go flying backwards on the minimap every time.
Oh no, not one of these rooms again. Oh, that sucks. He was just punching.
Oh god.
Okay.
They just really have the moment of like, no, you're staying here. Thanks.
Do you think they deliberately timed it so that the amount of time it takes you to get up after getting blown up is the exact same amount of time it takes the Molotovs to reload?
I honestly think it kind of is. Like by design.
The other thing I never worked out if it was iDesign or not is that pair of Molotovs that are outside Millennium Tower. Like, they are standing at the exact right distance from a manhole that, like, when you get to that manhole is when it triggers them throwing at you, and I would try to dodge, and but it was the same button for going into the sewer, and I would keep going into the sewer by accident.
Oh
And
yeah,
I
I've
would
done
love
that a
to know
lot.
yeah, I would love to know if they were placed that way on purpose.
Yeah, I use that spot so you can go down there and kill like the special infected real quick and then go back up and then go back down. But sometimes when you come back up, the Molotov zombies are oddly quick, so you don't get to go back down before you get hit, and then you're on the ground, and then you're just trying to get back up so you can go back down.
Yeah.
I don't know, I have conspiracy theory too about like, I don't understand why the Molotov zombies on easy are good at their jobs, but the ones on Dead Souls difficulty always manage to blow themselves up.
Yeah.
Interesting kill count. I can't remember. Is this time 20 or
25.
25.
25? Right.
So we're about halfway.
Oh.
Nice.
Oh, Jesus. It's like trying to decide where to go.
He's taking a beating.